Welcome, weary traveller, to the cosy Green Dragon, a hobbit pub nestled deep in the rolling hills of the Shire. Here, where the lantern light dances and the aroma of ale fills the air, tales of wonder and adventure are always on tap. Step inside, grab your favourite drink, and gather round the hearth. Tonight, we journey through ancient legends, whisper the forgotten lore of mythical beasts, and lose ourselves in the tales of heroes and hobbits alike. From the roaring flights of dragons to the quiet rustlings of enchanted woods, this is your sanctuary for relaxation, imagination, and adventure. But that's not all. There's always room for another adventurer, so if you're ready to escape the ordinary and uncover the magic of storytelling, hit subscribe and join our growing fellowship. Every tale is a new journey waiting just for you. Welcome, friends, to your little corner of Middle-earth. Let's make every moment here unforgettable. The 9 Kings of Men and their Fall to Darkness. In the second age of Middle-earth, the world was vast and uncharted, and the dominion of men was still young. Among the kingdoms of men, there arose 9 kings, mighty and ambitious. These rulers came from diverse lands, each with their own aspirations, glory and pride. Yet their fates were intertwined by the cunning and malice of Sauron, the Dark Lord. Sauron, disguised in fair form as Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, sought to ensnare the hearts of men. He approached these kings, offering them rings of power, artifacts of immense strength and promise. These 9 rings granted the kings great abilities, extended life, enhanced prowess in battle, and the power to dominate their enemies. But beneath the gilded promises lay a trap. Each ring was bound to the one ring, forged in secret by Sauron to control all who bore the lesser rings. The kings were of varied origins and temperament. The Númenórean prince among them was a Númenórean lord, proud and noble in bearing. He craved immortality, desperate to preserve the glories of Númenor's fading line. His wisdom was great, but his fear of death greater still. The Eastern Chieftain. Another was a warlord from the east, a Haradrim chieftain who sought dominion over his enemies. His heart burned with hatred and ambition, and the ring fed his desire to conquer all who opposed him. The Sorcerer King of Rhûn. A dark sorcerer from the distant lands of Rhûn, skilled in arcane arts, accepted a ring in his quest for ultimate knowledge. He believed the ring would unlock the secrets of the universe, but it only deepened his hunger for power. The King of a Northern Realm. One was a wise king of a northern realm, a just ruler in his early years. Yet the ring whispered promises of endless prosperity for his people, and he succumbed, believing it would secure his legacy forever. The Southron Warlord. A cruel and tyrannical leader from the Southlands, feared even by his own subjects, took a ring to cement his authority. The artifact amplified his ruthlessness, driving him to unspeakable acts in the name of control. The Merchant King of Umbar. A wealthy merchant king from Umbar, obsessed with wealth and influence, accepted the ring to solidify his grip on the trade routes. His greed consumed him, turning his realm into a shadow of its former self. The Desert King. A ruler of a desert kingdom, whose people revered him as a living god, sought to extend his divine reign. The ring promised eternal worship, but instead, it turned his subjects into slaves to his madness. The Wolf Lord of the West, a savage chieftain of the wildlands in the west, known as the Wolf Lord, was given a ring to enhance his predatory strength. He became a creature of relentless violence, feared by all who crossed his path. The Young Warrior King. The youngest of the 9 was a warrior king, beloved by his people for his bravery. Yet the ring preyed on his inexperience, whispering promises of unassailable strength and invulnerability. Over time, the rings prolonged their lives, but at a terrible cost. The king's humanity eroded, replaced by insatiable greed and the will of Sauron. They became wraith-like, invisible to all but those who wore a ring of power. Their kingdoms fell into ruin, their peoples scattered or enslaved. When Sauron rose in power once more, he called to the Nine, and they came. They had become the Nazgul, the ring-wraiths, shadows bound to the will of the Dark Lord. Their names, if ever spoken, were lost to history, their identities consumed by their master's malice. The Nine now roam the lands as phantoms, searching for the one ring that would restore their master to full power. Though once kings of men, their spirits are bound to darkness, forever enslaved to the will of Mordor. The Númenórean Prince, Taliondir's Tale of Glory and Doom. The Númenórean Prince, Taliondir, began his life beneath the shining towers of Armanelos, Númenor's resplendent capital. He was a third-born son of noble lineage, distantly descended from Elros Tar Minyatur, the first king of Númenor. Although far removed from the direct line of succession, his mother often whispered dreams of greatness into his ear as a boy. "You may not be king," she would say, "but your blood carries the will of Eru. If you strive, you may rival even Elros." Taliondir grew up in the shadow of Númenor's fading splendor. While the island still shone with power and wealth, its glory was tarnished by the pride of its people. The Eldar had once been Númenor's allies and teachers, but as the years passed, mistrust grew between them. Númenor's kings, swayed by envy of the immortality of the elves, turned away from the Valar and sought dominion over Middle-earth. Even as a boy, Taliondir was fascinated by stories of his ancestors' conquests in the east. He dreamed not of governing a quiet estate in Númenor, but of expanding the kingdom's power across the world. When his elder brothers chose to focus on local affairs, Taliondir turned his gaze to Middle-earth, longing to leave his mark on its history. Rise to power. As a young man, Taliondir excelled in all pursuits. He was a warrior of unparalleled skill, a tactician whose insight was envied by his peers, and a scholar well versed in the lore of the Edain. But above all, he possessed an unyielding determination to carve his name into the annals of history. Despite his prowess, he harbored a fatal flaw: his pride. By the time Taliondir reached his 30th year, his name was already known across Númenor as a bold and ambitious leader. When rumors spread of unrest in the colonies of Middle-earth, he seized the opportunity. Appealing to his father and the Council of Númenor, he argued that the distant outposts required firm guidance. "Our destiny lies across the sea," he declared. "We cannot let our influence falter while the lesser races plot to overthrow us." Taliondir's words swayed the council, and he was granted command of a fleet. Leading an army of Númenorian warriors, he sailed eastward, determined to secure the colonies and expand Númenor's dominion. The campaign was a resounding success. Taliondir's forces subdued the unruly tribes of Middle-earth with swift and decisive action. He established a stronghold on the banks of the Anduin River, which would later become the site of Gondor's founding. His victories earned him the title of Regent of the East, and his fame spread across both Númenor and Middle-earth. But success only fueled his ambition. Though he ruled with wisdom and strength, Taliondir grew increasingly preoccupied with his own mortality. He watched as the men he had led into battle aged and died, while he remained in the prime of life. The Númenorians were blessed with long years, yet even their time was finite. Taliondir began to fear that he would not live to see his dreams fully realized. The arrival of Annatar. It was during this time of triumph and disquiet that emissaries of Annatar, the Lord of Gifts, arrived in Taliondir's court. They spoke of their master's desire to share his knowledge with the great leaders of men, offering treasures and artifacts of unparalleled power. At first, Taliondir was wary of these strangers, sensing that their gifts came with hidden costs. But his curiosity was piqued when they spoke of a ring, a tool that would grant its bearer the power to shape the world according to their will. When Annatar himself appeared in Taliondir's halls, disguised in a form of beauty and wisdom, the prince was captivated. Annatar spoke of the struggles of men and their plight against time. "Why should the sons of Numenor fade?" he asked. "Why should death claim those destined for greatness?" Taliondir, consumed by his fear of mortality, listened intently. Annatar offered him one of the 9 rings of power, a gift that would extend his life and grant him the strength to achieve his dreams. Though Taliondir hesitated, the lure of immortality proved irresistible. He accepted the ring, believing it to be a tool that would secure his legacy. The power of the ring. At first, the ring fulfilled all its promises. Taliondir's strength grew, his senses sharpened, and his lifespan extended far beyond that of ordinary men. He became a figure of awe, revered by his people and feared by his enemies. The ring amplified his natural charisma, enabling him to command absolute loyalty from his followers. Under his rule, the Numenorian colonies flourished, their borders expanding as neighboring tribes submitted to his dominion. But the ring also began to change him in subtler ways. It whispered to him in the quiet hours, feeding his pride and stoking his fears. Taliondir grew increasingly detached from his people, viewing them as fleeting and insignificant compared to his own extended existence. He became paranoid, seeing betrayal in the eyes of his closest allies. The same ambition that had driven him to greatness now became his undoing. The fall. As the years turned to centuries, Taliondir's kingdom began to crumble. The ring's power, which had once seemed limitless, now revealed its true nature. It did not grant life but prolonged existence, tethering the bearer to the will of its true master. Taliondir found himself haunted by shadows, his body fading as the ring consumed his essence. When Sauron revealed himself as the Dark Lord and called his 9 servants to him, Taliondir was powerless to resist. The ring had bound him to Sauron's will, transforming him into a wraith, a Nazgul. Stripped of his humanity, he became a shadow of his former self, a servant of darkness who prowled the lands in search of the One Ring. Legacy. The Numenorian prince, once a beacon of ambition and strength, was erased from history. His name and deeds were forgotten, his legacy reduced to that of a faceless wraith in Sauron's service. Yet, in the depths of his shadowed existence, a faint echo of Taliondir remained, a tragic reminder of the man who had sought to defy death and achieve greatness. The Eastern chieftain, J.R.R. the Conqueror. Far beyond the lands known to the Numenorians, in the untamed expanses of the East, there rose a man of unparalleled might and ambition. His name was J.R.R., a warrior chieftain who unified the warring tribes of Rhûn under his iron rule. Born into chaos and bloodshed, J.R.R. forged his kingdom through sheer strength, cunning, and an unrelenting will to dominate. But his path to power, marked by glory and terror, would end in the shadow of the Dark Lord. The Fires of Rhûn. J.R.R. was born in the highlands of Rhûn, a land of vast steppes, dense forests, and scorching deserts. His tribe, the Terigad, were nomads, hunters and warriors who roamed the grasslands, ever locked in battle with rival clans. From an early age, J.R.R. was steeped in the brutal realities of survival. His father, the chieftain of the Terragad, ruled with ruthless efficiency, teaching his son that strength was the only law that mattered. As a boy, J.R.R. trained relentlessly, mastering the spear, the bow, and the sword. By the time he was 15, he had slain his first enemy, a rival tribesman twice his age. His victory earned him respect among the warriors of his clan, but it also awakened in him an insatiable hunger for power. He began to dream of uniting the fractious tribes of Rhûn into a single kingdom, an empire that would rival the greatest civilizations of Middle-earth. The path to power. J.R.R.'s rise began with the death of his father. When the old chieftain fell in battle against a neighboring tribe, J.R.R. seized control of the Terragad. Though he was young, his reputation as a fierce warrior and cunning leader ensured his ascension. But his first act as chieftain shocked even his most loyal followers. Rather than seeking vengeance against the tribe that had slain his father, J.R.R. proposed an alliance. He met with their leaders on neutral ground, offering them a choice: join him in a united confederation or face annihilation. Impressed by his audacity, the rival chieftains agreed, and the first seeds of J.R.R.'s empire were sown. Over the next decade, J.R.R. waged a relentless campaign to bring the tribes of Rhûn under his rule. His armies moved with unparalleled speed, striking at the heart of his enemies before they could mount a defense. But J.R.R.'s genius lay not only in war, but in diplomacy. He understood that fear alone could not hold an empire together. To the tribes that surrendered willingly, he offered protection, wealth, and a place in his growing kingdom. To those who resisted, he showed no mercy. By the time he reached his 30th year, J.R.R. had accomplished the impossible. The warring tribes of Rhûn, once divided by blood feuds and ancient grudges, now marched under a single banner, his banner. He proclaimed himself the Khan of Khans, the undisputed ruler of the East. The temptation of power. Despite his triumphs, J.R.R. was not content. He gazed westward, toward the lands of Middle-earth, where the great kingdoms of men and elves held sway. He longed to test his strength against these mighty realms, to prove that his empire was more than a fleeting shadow. But as he prepared for war, a stranger arrived at his court, a man of striking beauty and commanding presence, who introduced himself as Annatar, the Lord of Gifts. Annatar spoke to J.R.R. of power, of dominion that extended beyond the mortal realm. He offered the Khan a gift, a ring of power, one of 9 forged by the elven smiths under Annatar's guidance. The ring, Annatar claimed, would grant its bearer unparalleled strength, insight, and the ability to bend others to his will. With this gift, Annatar said, you can become more than a king. You can become a legend. J.R.R., ever ambitious, was intrigued. He had long sought a way to secure his legacy, to ensure that his empire would endure beyond his own lifetime. The ring seemed to offer the solution. Though he was wary of Annatar's motives, he could not resist the allure of the power the ring promised. He accepted the gift, placing the golden band upon his finger. The power of the ring. The moment J.R.R. donned the ring, he felt its power coursing through him. His senses sharpened. He could see farther, hear more keenly, and perceive the thoughts and emotions of those around him. He became a living symbol of strength and authority, a ruler whose presence inspired awe and fear in equal measure. With the ring's power, J.R.R. led his armies westward, clashing with the kingdoms of men and dwarves. His conquests were swift and brutal, his enemies unable to stand against the might of his empire. Yet, even as he celebrated his victories, J.R.R. began to sense the ring's influence on his mind. At first, the changes were subtle. He grew more paranoid, more distrustful of those around him. The ring whispered to him in the dead of night, feeding his insecurities and stoking his fears. He began to see betrayal in every glance, treachery in every shadow. His once loyal advisors found themselves cast aside or executed on the flimsiest of suspicions. As the years passed, the ring's power began to take its toll. Though J.R.R.'s body remained strong, his soul began to wither. He became obsessed with the ring, unable to bear the thought of parting with it. His empire, once a beacon of unity and strength, began to crumble under the weight of his paranoia and tyranny. The Fool. When Sauron revealed his true identity and claimed the 9 rings for his own, J.R.R.'s fate was sealed. The ring, which had seemed a gift, was in truth a shackle, binding him to the will of the Dark Lord. Though he resisted at first, his defiance was futile. The ring had eroded his will, leaving him a hollow shell of the man he once was. J.R.R. was summoned to Mordor, where he joined the ranks of the Nazgul, the Ringwraiths. Stripped of his humanity, he became a wraith bound to Sauron's service, a shadow that prowled the lands in search of the One Ring. His name, once spoken with reverence and fear, was forgotten, erased from history. Legacy. The Eastern chieftain, once a conqueror and unifier of the tribes of Rhûn, became a faceless servant of darkness. His empire, like his name, faded into obscurity, leaving behind only whispers of a great warlord who had risen from the east. Yet in the depths of his shadowed existence, a faint echo of J.R.R.'s ambition remained, a cruel irony, for the man who had sought to become a legend now served as an instrument of oblivion. The Sorcerer King of Rhûn, Amulsar's arcane descent. In the shadowed lands of Rhûn, where the sun rises over vast deserts and hidden oases, there was born a man destined to walk the path of power and ruin. His name was Amulsar, a chieftain of the Hazudrim, a people known for their ancient rites and deep connection to the mystic energies of the world. From his youth, Amulsar sought knowledge forbidden to most men, a pursuit that would lead him to heights of power and depths of despair. The Arcane Apprentice. Amulsar's early life was steeped in mystery and lore. The Hazudrim were a nomadic people who revered the spirits of the earth and sky, practicing rituals passed down through countless generations. Among them, Amulsar stood apart, a prodigy whose affinity for the arcane arts manifested at an early age. At merely 10 years old, he could summon fire with a word, coax water from the driest earth, and peer into the dreams of others. Recognizing his potential, the elders of his tribe sent him to study with the mystics of Far Harad, sages who were said to commune with the unseen powers of the world. For years, Amulsar trained in their desert sanctuaries, mastering the arts of divination, elemental control, and even necromancy, a forbidden practice that called upon the spirits of the dead. Though his mentors warned him of the dangers of such knowledge, Amulsar was undeterred. He believed that understanding death was the key to mastering life. The rise of a king. When Amulsar returned to the Hazudrim, he found his people in disarray. A rival tribe, the Khazrak, had overrun their lands, forcing the Hazudrim to flee deep into the desert. Desperate and leaderless, they turned to Amulsar, who had gained a reputation as a powerful sorcerer during his years of study. Though he had no desire to rule, he saw in their plight an opportunity to test his growing power. Leading a band of warriors and mystics, Amulsar launched a campaign against the Khazrak. Using his arcane abilities, he turned the tide of battle in ways that seemed miraculous to his followers. He conjured storms to blind his enemies, animated the sands to swallow their armies, and called forth the spirits of slain warriors to haunt their camps. Within months, the Khazrak were utterly defeated, and Amulsar was hailed as the king of the Hazudrim. Under his rule, the Hazudrim prospered. Amulsar built great cities of stone and glass in the desert, turning the once scattered tribes into a powerful kingdom. But even as his people celebrated their newfound glory, Amulsar's heart was restless. The more he achieved, the more he was haunted by a single, inescapable truth. All things, no matter how grand, would eventually crumble into dust. The quest for immortality. Determined to defy the decay of time, Amulsar turned his studies toward the most forbidden of all arts, the secrets of immortality. He delved into ancient texts and communed with spirits that dwelled in the void between worlds. His research consumed him, drawing him ever further from his people. Though they still revered him, they began to fear the dark forces he summoned and the strange transformations that seemed to overtake him. It was during this time that a mysterious figure arrived in Amulsar's court. Calling himself Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, the stranger spoke of a shared desire to transcend the limitations of mortal life. He claimed to possess knowledge that could grant Amulsar not only eternal life, but the power to reshape the very fabric of the world. At first, Amulsar was skeptical. He had encountered many charlatans in his quest, and he suspected that Anatar was merely another. But as the two men spoke, Anatar revealed insights into the nature of magic and existence that left even Amulsar awestruck. When Anatar offered him a ring of power, claiming it to be the culmination of his own studies, Amulsar could not resist. The seduction of the ring. The ring was unlike anything Amulsar had ever encountered. From the moment he placed it on his finger, he felt its power intertwining with his own, amplifying his abilities beyond anything he had imagined. He could see the threads of time stretching out before him, hear the whispers of distant stars, and command the spirits of the dead as easily as a shepherd guides his flock. With the ring, Amulsar's dominion over his kingdom became absolute. His people worshipped him as a living god, and his enemies cowered before his might. He expanded his rule across the deserts of Run, conquering all who opposed him and binding their leaders to his will. But the ring came with a price. As time passed, Amulsar began to notice subtle changes in himself. His once vivid dreams turned to nightmares, filled with images of shadow and flame. The spirits he had once commanded now seemed to mock him, whispering of a master who held dominion even over him. And though his body remained strong, he began to feel a strange hollowness, as if a part of his soul was slipping away. The Fall. When Sauron revealed his true nature, Amulsar understood the full extent of his folly. The ring, which he had believed to be a gift, was in truth a chain, binding him to the will of the Dark Lord. Though he resisted, the ring had already consumed too much of his essence. He was drawn to Mordor like a moth to flame, unable to defy the call of his master. In the shadow of Mount Doom, Amulsar joined the ranks of the Nazgul, the ring wraiths. Stripped of his mortal form, he became a wraith bound to Sauron's will. His once brilliant mind reduced to a shadow of its former self. His kingdom crumbled, its people scattering into the desert, their once great cities swallowed by the sands. Legacy. The sorcerer king of Rune, once a seeker of knowledge and a master of magic, was lost to the annals of history. His name and deeds were forgotten, his empire erased as if it had never existed. Yet, in the blackness of his wraith-like existence, a faint echo of Amulsar's ambition endured. A bitter reminder of the man who had sought to transcend death, only to become its thrall. The Southron warlord, Rashan of the Scarlet Banner. In the sun-scorched lands of Harad, where vast deserts stretch to the horizon and ancient cities rise from the dunes, there lived a man whose name was once spoken with reverence and dread. Rashan, known as the Lord of the Scarlet Banner, was a warlord of unmatched charisma and cunning. His conquests united the scattered tribes of the south, forging an empire that rivaled even the might of Gondor. Yet his unquenchable thirst for power would lead him into the clutches of the Dark Lord, sealing his fate as one of the Nazgul. The Desert's Chosen. Rashan was born into the Akbalad tribe, nomads who roamed the southern deserts of Harad. His early years were marked by hardship. The Akbalad were a small and struggling clan, often preyed upon by larger, more powerful tribes. Rashan's father, the clan's chieftain, was a man of honor but lacked the strength to protect his people. From a young age, Rashan learned that survival required more than courage. It demanded cunning, ruthlessness, and the ability to inspire absolute loyalty. By the time he was 15, he had risen to prominence among his peers, leading daring raids against rival tribes and earning a reputation as a brilliant strategist. But his ambition burned brighter than the desert's sun, and he saw the endless warring of the tribes as a waste of potential. The rise of the Scarlet Banner. Rashan's rise to power began with a bold and unprecedented act. He challenged his father for leadership of the Akbalad. The duel was swift and brutal, and when the dust settled, Rashan stood victorious. Though the elders of the tribe viewed his actions with disapproval, the warriors embraced him as their new leader, recognizing the fire in his heart. As chieftain, Rashan set his sights on uniting the fractured tribes of Harad. He adopted the Scarlet Banner as the symbol of his cause, a blood-red standard that came to embody his vision of a united Haradrim. With promises of glory and riches, he rallied warriors from across the desert, forging alliances through a combination of diplomacy and conquest. Over the next decade, Rashan waged a relentless campaign to bring the tribes under his rule. His armies swept across the desert like a storm, defeating every rival who stood in their way. Those who resisted were crushed without mercy, while those who submitted were welcomed into the fold. By the time he reached his 30th year, Rashan had achieved what many thought impossible. He had unified the tribes of Harad into a single, mighty empire. The Shadow of Mordor. Rashan's ambitions did not end with the unification of Harad. He dreamed of expanding his empire beyond the desert, of marching his armies into the fertile lands of Gondor and claiming them for his own. But he knew that such a campaign would require more than warriors and weapons. It would require power of a kind he did not yet possess. It was during this time that emissaries of Annatar, the Lord of Gifts, arrived in Rashan's court. They spoke of their master's admiration for Rashan's achievements and offered him gifts of rare and wondrous artifacts. Among these was a golden ring, which they claimed would grant him the power to achieve his dreams of conquest. At first, Rashan was wary. He had encountered many charlatans and false prophets in his rise to power, and he suspected that the emissaries were no different. But when Annatar himself appeared in his court, cloaked in an aura of majesty and wisdom, Rashan was intrigued. Annatar spoke of the destiny of men, of their right to rule over the world, and of the power that could make Rashan a king among kings. The golden ring, Annatar explained, was a tool of great power. With it, Rashan could command the loyalty of his followers, bend his enemies to his will, and extend his life far beyond the years of ordinary men. Though he was hesitant to trust Annatar, Rashan's ambition overcame his doubts. He accepted the ring, believing it to be the key to his ultimate victory. The power and the price. The ring fulfilled its promises at first. Rashan's strength and charisma grew to superhuman levels, and his armies swelled with new recruits drawn by his undeniable presence. Under the Scarlet Banner, his forces advanced northward, clashing with the armies of Gondor and Rohan. Though the battles were fierce, Rashan's strategies and the power of the ring carried the day. But the ring came with a cost. Rashan began to notice changes in himself, subtle at first, but increasingly alarming. His temper grew shorter, his paranoia sharper. He began to see treachery in every corner, even among his most loyal followers. The ring whispered to him in the night, its voice seductive and insidious, feeding his fears and stoking his ambition. As time passed, Rashan became consumed by the desire to wield more power. He delved into the dark arts, seeking ways to enhance the ring's abilities and secure his immortality. His people, once united by his vision, began to fear him, whispering that their warlord had been touched by some unholy force. The fall of the warlord. When Sauron revealed himself as the Dark Lord, Rashan understood the true nature of the ring. It was not a gift, but a chain, binding him to Sauron's will. Though he tried to resist, the ring had already claimed too much of his soul. He was drawn to Mordor, compelled by a force he could not defy. In the shadow of Barad-dûr, Rashan joined the ranks of the Nazgûl. Stripped of his mortal form, he became a wraith bound to Sauron's service, a shadow of the man he had once been. His armies dissolved, and the Scarlet Banner fell, its legacy lost to the sands of time. Legacy. The Southron warlord, once a unifier and conqueror, was erased from history. His name and deeds were forgotten, leaving behind only the faintest echoes of his ambition. As a Nazgûl, he served Sauron without question, his will utterly subsumed by the Dark Lord. Yet in the black void of his existence, a fragment of Rashan's former self endured, a bitter reminder of the man who had sought to unite the South, only to become a slave to the darkness he had sought to command. Next, we embark on the tale of the fifth king, the Númenórean captain, who succumbed to the power of Sauron and the ring. His story explores the complex interplay of honor, pride, and ambition that led to his downfall and transformation into one of the Nazgûl. The Númenórean captain, Valakar of the Western Watch. In the ancient days of Númenor, when the island kingdom stood as the pinnacle of human achievement, there arose a man whose skill in battle and devotion to his people made him a hero of legend. His name was Valakar, a captain of the Western Watch, tasked with defending the shores of Númenor from all threats. But even a hero's heart is not immune to the allure of power, and Valakar's journey would take him from the shining halls of Númenor to the dark service of Sauron, the guardian of Númenor. Valakar was born into a noble family in Andúnia, a western port city renowned for its devotion to the Valar and the elves of Aman. His father, a respected admiral, instilled in him a deep love for the sea and a sense of duty to protect Númenor from its enemies. From an early age, Valakar excelled in martial training, mastering the sword, the bow, and the art of naval warfare. By the time he reached adulthood, Valakar had earned a place among the Western Watch, an elite force tasked with guarding Númenor's coasts. His bravery in battle and his unyielding sense of honor quickly elevated him to the rank of captain. Under his command, the Watch repelled numerous raids by corsairs and other enemies, earning him the admiration of his comrades and the gratitude of the king. But Valakar's greatest challenge came not from an external foe, but from within his own heart. As Númenor's power grew, so too did its pride, and whispers of defiance against the Valar began to spread among its people. Though Valakar remained loyal to the traditional ways, he could not ignore the allure of Numenor's growing might and the promise of immortality that the Valar seemed to withhold from men. The rise of ambition. Valakar's life took a fateful turn when he was summoned to serve in the court of Ar-Pharazôn, the last and most ambitious king of Numenor. Ar-Pharazôn sought to consolidate his power by strengthening Numenor's military, and Valakar, with his reputation as a brilliant tactician, was chosen to lead the kingdom's western fleet. Though Valakar initially resisted the arrogance and hubris that pervaded the court, he soon found himself drawn into its intrigues. The promises of wealth, power, and eternal glory whispered by the king's advisors resonated with his unspoken desires. He began to dream of a Numenor that ruled not only the seas but the entire world. It was during this time that Sauron, disguised as a prisoner, brought before Ar-Pharazôn, began to weave his influence over Numenor. Though Valakar was wary of Sauron's honeyed words, he could not deny the allure of the promises the Dark Lord offered. When Sauron spoke of a power that could rival even the immortality of the elves, Valakar's resolve began to waver. The gift of the ring. Sauron's corruption of Numenor reached its zenith when he began to bestow gifts upon those who served him. To Valakar, he offered a golden ring, a token of power that he claimed would grant its bearer the strength to protect Numenor from any foe. Sauron appealed to Valakar's sense of duty, framing the ring as a weapon to ensure the safety and prosperity of the kingdom. Though Valakar hesitated, his ambition ultimately overcame his doubts. He accepted the ring, swearing to use its power for the good of Numenor. The moment he placed it on his finger, he felt a surge of strength and clarity unlike anything he had ever known. But beneath the surface, the ring began its insidious work, binding Valakar's will to its true master. The fall of Numenor. As the years passed, Valakar's reliance on the ring grew. He became a legend among his people, a warrior whose strength seemed to defy the limits of mortal men. But the ring's influence twisted his mind, feeding his pride and deepening his discontent with the Valar. When Ar-Pharazôn declared war on the Valar and set sail for Aman, Valakar eagerly joined the expedition, believing it to be his destiny. The expedition ended in disaster. The wrath of Ilúvatar destroyed Numenor, sinking the island beneath the waves. Valakar, aboard one of the few ships to escape the cataclysm, found himself adrift in Middle-earth, a man without a home or a purpose. The servant of Mordor. In the aftermath of Numenor's fall, Valakar wandered the lands of Middle-earth, searching for meaning. The ring, however, had other plans. It led him eastward, drawing him ever closer to Mordor, where Sauron had begun to rebuild his strength. Though Valakar tried to resist, the bond between the ring and its master was too strong. In the shadow of Mount Doom, Valakar confronted the truth. He was no longer a free man. The ring had consumed his soul, binding him to Sauron's will. Stripped of his humanity, he became one of the Nazgûl, a wraith condemned to serve the Dark Lord for all eternity. Legacy. Valakar, the Númenórean captain, became a shadow of the hero he had once been. His deeds, once celebrated, were erased from history, leaving only the faintest traces in the legends of Middle-earth. As a Nazgûl, he prowled the lands as an instrument of Sauron's will, his name forgotten, his soul lost. Yet, in the depths of his wraith-like existence, a fragment of Valakar's honor endured, a bitter reminder of the man who had sought to protect his people, only to become a servant of darkness. We now turn to the tale of the sixth king, the northern chieftain, whose life as a rugged and cunning leader among the wild lands of Eriador brought him into the web of Sauron's schemes. This story explores the themes of survival, ambition, and the treacherous promises of power. The Northern Chieftain, Durath of the Frostlands. Among the frost-rimed hills and dense forests of northern Eriador, where the winters are long and cruel and the summers fleeting, there once ruled a man of unparalleled cunning and resilience. Durath, known as the Frost King, led a people who thrived in the harshest of lands, fending off raiders, beasts, and the elements alike. Yet even Durath, who stood against the might of the wild, could not resist the temptation of Sauron's golden promises. The Harshlands. Durath's people, the Aranathrim, were descendants of the Northmen, a hardy folk who had fled to the fringes of Eriador during the wars of the Second Age. They carved out an existence in the Frostlands, a region marked by jagged peaks, frozen rivers, and shadowy forests. It was a land where only the strong survived, and Durath was the strongest among them. Born to the chieftain of a small but proud clan, Durath was raised in a world of constant struggle. From his earliest days, he learned to hunt, fight, and lead. By the time he reached manhood, he had already proven himself as a warrior and a tactician, outmaneuvering rival clans and repelling incursions from orcs and trolls. When his father fell in battle, Durath took up the mantle of leadership. Under his rule, the Aranathrim flourished. Durath united the scattered clans of the Frostlands, forging them into a single people. He established fortified settlements and trade routes, bringing a measure of stability to the region. Yet, for all his successes, Durath was haunted by the knowledge that his realm was fragile, always one harsh winter or powerful foe away from collapse. The first encounter. Durath's first encounter with the agents of Sauron came during the darkest winter of his reign. A band of emissaries, cloaked in shadow, arrived at his hall, bearing gifts and promises of alliance. They claimed to serve a master who could grant him the power to ensure the survival of his people for all time. They offered him gold, weapons, and a ring of power, a golden band that glowed with a faint, otherworldly light. Though Durath was suspicious, the emissaries spoke to his deepest fears and desires. They told him that the ring would grant him the strength to unite all the northern lands under his rule, to drive back the encroaching forces of darkness, and to protect his people from famine and war. The Frost King, whose pride and ambition matched his love for his people, was tempted. The power of the ring. When Durath placed the ring on his finger, he felt its power course through him like a roaring fire. His senses sharpened, his strength doubled, and his voice carried a commanding authority that none could resist. With the ring, he became a king unlike any the Frostlands had ever known. Under Durath's rule, the Aranathrim expanded their territory, conquering rival clans and forging alliances with the scattered peoples of Eriador. His armies marched southward, clashing with the Dunedain and even the elves of Lindon. Though his conquests brought wealth and power, they also sowed fear and resentment among his neighbours. The ring amplified not only Durath's power, but also his darker impulses. He became more ruthless in his dealings, quick to punish dissent and merciless in battle. His people, once fiercely loyal, began to whisper of a shadow that had fallen over their king. The call of Mordor. As Durath's power grew, so too did the ring's hold over him. It whispered to him in the stillness of the night, filling his mind with visions of an eternal empire, stretching from the frozen wastes of Forochel to the golden plains of Rohan. The Frost King, who had once sought only to protect his people, now dreamed of ruling all of Middle-earth. It was then that the true nature of the ring was revealed. The whispers in his mind grew darker, commanding him to journey east to the land of Mordor, where the one who had forged the ring awaited him. Though Durath tried to resist, he found himself unable to deny the call. Leaving his kingdom in the hands of his trusted lieutenants, Durath led a small retinue across the misty mountains, through the plains of Rhovanion, and into the shadowed lands of Mordor. There, in the shadow of Barad-dûr, he met Sauron face to face. The Dark Lord welcomed him as a vassal, binding him to his will with promises of eternal power. The Wraith's shadow. When Durath returned to the Frostlands, he was no longer the man he had been. The ring had consumed him, hollowing out his soul and replacing it with darkness. His once bright eyes now glowed with an eerie light, and his presence filled even his most loyal followers with dread. Under his rule, the Frostlands became a realm of fear. The fortified settlements that had once been havens of safety were now centers of oppression, their people crushed beneath the weight of their king's ambition. Durath's conquests continued, but his victories brought no joy, only an ever-deepening void. When Sauron's power grew in the Third Age, Durath was called to Mordor, joining the ranks of the Nazgûl. Stripped of his mortal form, he became a wraith, bound to Sauron's will for all eternity. His kingdom fell into chaos, its people scattered and forgotten. Legacy. The Frost King, once a hero and unifier of the North, became a ghost of his former self, his name erased from the histories of men. As a Nazgûl, he prowled the lands of Middle-earth, a shadow of dread in service to the Dark Lord. Yet, in the cold void of his existence, a fragment of Durath's humanity endured, a bitter echo of the man who had fought to protect his people, only to betray them in his quest for power. Continuing the saga of the Nine, here is the tale of the seventh king, the Easterling Khan, who rose to power in the mysterious lands of the East. His story is one of cultural pride, ambition, and eventual enslavement to the Dark Lord through the seductive power of the ring. The Easterling Khan, Ajun the Golden Wolf. In the far-flung lands of Rhûn, beyond the borders of Gondor and Rhovanion, the Easterling tribes thrived amidst vast steppes, rolling plains, and sacred mountains. Among them, one leader rose above all others, a man whose golden armor shimmered like the rising sun, and whose name would become legend among his people. Ajun, the Khan of the Golden Wolf, united the fractious clans of the East under his banner. Yet even the greatest of leaders are not immune to the temptations of power, and Ajun's tragic fall would see him enslaved to Sauron, his legacy twisted beyond recognition. The Lands of Rhûn. The lands of Rhûn were vast and untamed, a place where survival demanded strength and cunning. Its people, known collectively as the Easterlings, were divided into countless tribes, each with its own customs, gods, and rivalries. They were skilled horsemen and warriors, living off the land and warring amongst themselves for dominance. Ajun was born into the Wargar, a powerful clan whose ancestors claimed descent from the mythical wolves of the steppes. The Wargar were renowned for their horsemanship, their golden-tinted armor, and their wolf-emblazoned banners. Ajun's father, the Khan of the Wargar, was a formidable leader, but it was Ajun who would elevate their name to glory. The Rise of the Golden Wolf. From a young age, Ajun displayed an uncanny ability to lead. He was a masterful rider, a skilled tactician, and a charismatic orator. His people revered him not only for his prowess in battle, but also for his ability to inspire unity among the fractious clans of the steppes. When his father fell in battle against a rival tribe, Ajun seized the opportunity to claim leadership of the Wargar. He swiftly avenged his father's death, crushing the rival clan and cementing his authority. Under Ajun's leadership, the Wargar grew in strength and influence. He forged alliances with neighboring clans, using a combination of diplomacy and intimidation to bring them under his banner. Within a decade, he had united the tribes of the steppes, creating an empire that stretched from the shores of the Sea of Rune to the eastern mountains. Ajun's people called him the Golden Wolf, a title that reflected his strength, cunning, and the radiant armor he wore in battle. His reign brought prosperity to the steppes, as trade flourished and the constant warring among the clans ceased. Yet Ajun was not content with the power he had achieved. He dreamed of expanding his empire beyond the east, of conquering the lands of Gondor and the west. The arrival of the Dark Lord's emissaries. Ajun's ambitions caught the attention of Sauron, who had long sought to dominate the Easterlings and use them as a weapon against the free peoples of Middle-earth. Disguised as emissaries of a powerful and benevolent lord, Sauron's agents arrived in Ajun's court bearing gifts and promises of alliance. Among their offerings was a golden ring, which they claimed had been forged by their master to grant strength and wisdom to great leaders. They spoke of a partnership that would make Ajun's empire eternal, of power that would make him a god among men. Though Ajun was wary of the strangers, the allure of the ring was too great to resist. When Ajun placed the ring on his finger, he felt an immediate surge of strength and clarity. It was as if the voices of his ancestors spoke to him, guiding his thoughts and sharpening his instincts. But the ring's power came with a price, one that Ajun would not fully understand until it was too late. The conquests and corruption. With the ring in his possession, Ajun launched a series of ambitious campaigns to expand his empire. His armies, mounted on swift horses and armed with curved swords, swept across the eastern plains and into the lands of Rhovanion. Kingdoms fell before the might of the Golden Wolf, and his fame spread even to the farthest corners of Middle-earth. Yet the power of the ring began to take its toll on Ajun. The whispers of the ring, subtle at first, grew louder and more insistent. They fed his pride and paranoia, convincing him that betrayal lurked in every shadow. Ajun became increasingly ruthless, ordering the execution of trusted advisors and allies on the slightest suspicion of disloyalty. The people who had once revered him as a unifier and protector began to fear him as a tyrant. His golden armor, once a symbol of hope, became a reminder of his oppressive rule. Though his empire grew larger, it also grew weaker, its foundations eroded by the mistrust and cruelty that the ring fostered in its bearer. The journey to Mordor. As the years passed, the ring's true nature revealed itself. It was not a gift of empowerment, but a chain that bound Ajun to its master. The whispers in his mind turned from promises of glory to commands that he could not ignore. He was compelled to journey westward, to the land of Mordor, where the Dark Lord awaited. In Mordor, Ajun came face to face with Sauron. The Dark Lord welcomed him as one of his chosen, a servant who would wield the power of the ring in his name. Stripped of his free will, Ajun became one of the Nazgul, a wraith bound to Sauron's service for eternity. The fall of the Golden Wolf. The fall of Ajun marked the end of the empire he had built. Without his leadership, the tribes of the steppes descended into chaos, splintering into warring factions. His name, once spoken with reverence, became a cautionary tale among the Easterlings, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. As a Nazgul, Ajun retained a shadow of his former self. He prowled the lands of Middle-earth as a servant of Sauron, his golden armor tarnished and his banner forgotten. Yet deep within the void of his wraith-like existence, a fragment of the man he had been endured, a bitter echo of the leader who had sought to unite his people, only to become a slave to darkness. We now delve into the story of the Eighth King, the Southron King, a monarch whose pride and quest for divine recognition among the Haradrim led him into the clutches of Sauron. This tale explores the interplay of cultural devotion, pride, and the ultimate subjugation to the Dark Lord. The Southron king, Mulcan the Flamebearer. In the sun-scorched lands of Harad, where the endless sands shimmer beneath a blazing sky, there rose a king whose ambition matched the grandeur of his realm. Mulcan, known to his people as the Flamebearer, ruled the Haradrim with unparalleled charisma and strength. He was a man who sought to elevate his kingdom to divine heights, but his dreams would lead him into a shadow from which there was no escape. The Kingdom of Harad. Harad, the vast and diverse land south of Gondor, was a realm of contrasts. Its northern borders brushed against the arid deserts, while its southern regions were lush with jungles and fertile deltas. The Haradrim, a proud and warlike people, were divided into numerous tribes and city-states, bound together by a shared reverence for the sun and a pantheon of fiery gods. Mulcan was born into the royal house of Abrakan, a coastal city famed for its towering ziggurats and its mastery of trade across the seas. From a young age, he displayed a keen intellect and a natural gift for leadership. As a prince, he travelled widely, forging alliances with the jungle tribes of Far Harad and the nomadic clans of the desert. By the time he ascended to the throne, he had already earned the loyalty of much of Harad. Mulcan envisioned a united Harad, a kingdom that would stand as a beacon of power and prosperity in the south. He claimed to be chosen by the sun god himself, a divine mandate that his people embraced with fervent devotion. His ambition knew no bounds, and he sought to expand his realm northward into the lands of Gondor. The Vision of Glory. Mulcan's early reign was marked by great achievements. He commissioned the construction of grand temples, adorned with golden statues that gleamed in the desert sun. He established trade routes that brought exotic goods from the farthest corners of Middle-earth to his capital. His armies, clad in red and gold, became a formidable force, renowned for their discipline and their use of giant war elephants in battle. Yet Mulcan was not content with mere mortal achievements. He longed for divine recognition, to ascend beyond kingship and become a god among men. It was during this time that whispers of a dark power began to reach his court. Sauron, the Dark Lord, had turned his gaze toward Harad, seeking to ensnare its ambitious king. The arrival of the ring. Sauron's emissaries arrived in Harad disguised as priests of a foreign deity, bearing gifts of immense wealth and mysterious artifacts. Among their offerings was a golden ring, which they claimed had been blessed by the sun god himself. They spoke of a power that would grant Mulcan the strength to conquer all of Middle-earth and ascend to godhood. Mulcan, driven by his pride and his desire to fulfill his divine destiny, accepted the ring. From the moment he placed it on his finger, he felt an intoxicating surge of power. The ring magnified his charisma, his strength, and his vision. His people hailed him as a living god, and his armies marched north with renewed fervor. The conquest and corruption. With the ring in his possession, Mulcan launched a series of ambitious campaigns against Gondor. His armies crossed the desert and the river Anduin, clashing with the forces of the White City. Though he achieved several victories, the ring's influence began to twist his mind. Mulcan's once noble vision for his people was corrupted by paranoia and cruelty. He began to see betrayal in every shadow, executing trusted advisors and generals on the slightest suspicion. His devotion to the sun god became a fanatical obsession, and he ordered mass sacrifices to appease the divine power he believed the ring represented. The once prosperous kingdom of Harad descended into chaos, its people crushed under the weight of their king's tyranny. The call to Mordor. As the years passed, the ring tightened its grip on Mulcan's soul. It whispered to him in the stillness of the night, commanding him to journey north, to Mordor, where its true master awaited. Though Mulcan resisted, believing himself to be a god above all others, he could not deny the call. Leaving his kingdom in the hands of his high priests, Mulcan led a small retinue across the desert and into the shadow of Mordor. There, he confronted Sauron and learned the terrible truth. The ring was not a gift of the gods, but a chain that bound him to the Dark Lord's will. Stripped of his free will and his mortal form, Mulcan became one of the Nazgul, a wraith condemned to serve Sauron for eternity. The Fall of Harad. With Mulcan's transformation, his kingdom fell into disarray. The unity he had forged unraveled as rival tribes and factions vied for power. The temples and ziggurats he had built became relics of a forgotten age, their golden spires tarnished and abandoned. As a Nazgul, Mulcan prowled the lands of Middle-earth as an agent of Sauron's will. The flame that had once symbolized his divine ambition was extinguished, replaced by the cold shadow of servitude. Legacy. Mulcan, the Southron king, was remembered in Harad as both a hero and a cautionary tale. His name became synonymous with pride and ambition unchecked, a reminder of the dangers of seeking power beyond mortal limits. Among the Nazgul, he retained the faintest echo of his former self, a shadow of a man who had sought to become a god, only to become a slave to darkness. Now, we come to the tale of the final king of the Nine, the king of the Black Land, who was once a great and proud monarch of a mighty kingdom, but was ultimately ensnared by Sauron, becoming the most feared of the Nazgul. His story is one of ambition, downfall, and eternal servitude to the Dark Lord. The king of the Black Land, Abradur, the last of Númenor. Long before Sauron's dominion over Mordor took root, the lands of Middle-earth had witnessed the rise and fall of great kingdoms. One such kingdom was Númenor, an island of exceptional power and splendor. Abradur, the last king of Númenor's fallen descendants, ruled with strength, but it was his overwhelming pride and desire for dominion that would seal his fate. His story is one of unmatched greatness, the destruction of a once proud lineage, and the final surrender to the will of the Dark Lord. The glory of Númenor. Númenor, the island kingdom that once stood as a bastion of men, was a land of grandeur. Its kings, descended from the Edain, had been granted by the Valar with immortality, unrivaled wisdom, and the strength of kings. At its height, Númenor ruled over vast stretches of Middle-earth, from the coasts of Eriador to the southern lands of Harad, bringing peace, wealth, and prosperity to its realms. But the Númenorians were proud, and in their greatness, they began to desire more. More land, more power, and most dangerously, more life. The Númenorians began to rebel against the Valar, desiring immortality for themselves and abandoning the teachings of their forebears. The corrupting influence of Sauron, disguised as a trusted advisor, worsened their hubris, culminating in their greatest folly, the breaking of the ban of the Valar and the downfall of Númenor. It was from the ashes of this great kingdom that Abradur arose. He was born to the line of kings who had once ruled Númenor in its prime. Yet, following the cataclysmic events that destroyed his homeland, the Númenorian survivors were scattered. Some settled on the shores of Middle-earth, notably in Gondor and Arnor, where they would be known as the Dúnedain, but others, like Abradur, turned to more dangerous paths. The rise of Abradur. Abradur was not merely a king of a fallen race, he was a monarch filled with dreams of restoring his people's ancient glory. He was a man of ambition, ruthless in his pursuits, and unlike many of his kin, he never sought to blend with the lesser men of Middle-earth. Aberadur's goal was not simply to survive as a remnant of a lost world, but to reclaim the empire of Numenor, not just on the mortal lands of Middle-earth, but extending it into realms untouched by death, with his dominion everlasting. After the fall of Numenor, Aberadur's desire to rule became insatiable. He gathered followers, remnants of Numenorian nobility, dark sorcerers, and men who longed for power but were too weak to grasp it alone. Together they established a kingdom in the far southeast of Middle-earth, near the borders of Mordor. This kingdom, though modest in size compared to the vastness of the old Numenor, was built upon dark arts and the inheritance of Numenor's ancient knowledge of the world's deeper secrets. It was here, in the dark lands that would eventually become known as the Black Land, that Aberadur was drawn into Sauron's sphere. Unlike many of the other kings who had been seduced by promises of power or wealth, Aberadur was initially motivated by a desire for knowledge, the true power to bring back the Numenorian Empire in full. His dark study of sorcery and manipulation of the forces of nature eventually led him to an encounter with the Dark Lord himself, whose growing power in the land of Mordor mirrored Aberadur's ambitions. The promise of immortality. Sauron, ever watchful for those who could serve him, saw in Aberadur not just a king with a desire for power, but a man who could offer something even more valuable: the potential to corrupt and twist Numenorian nobility into his own image. Sauron's emissaries visited Aberadur in secret, promising him the means to achieve his dream. They offered the greatest temptation of all, a way to restore the Numenorian Empire, not through mortal means, but through the power of a singular force, immortality. They spoke of the One Ring, a weapon so powerful that it could give him dominion over death itself. If Aberadur accepted the gift, he would be made more powerful than any king before him, reigning not just over Middle-earth, but over the very fabric of time and mortality. Blinded by his ambitions, Aberadur accepted. He donned the ring, feeling the surge of dominion flow into him. The power of the ring offered him eternal life, far beyond the natural lifespan of men. His dreams seemed at last within his grasp. The fall into darkness. However, as with all who bore the rings of power, the promise of immortality came at a dreadful price. Aberadur's transformation began slowly, like a creeping shadow that stretched across his soul. The ring's influence warped his once proud vision. His obsession with resurrecting Numenor through tyranny led to madness, and soon the mighty king began to see himself as an immortal god, above the petty kingdoms of men. Under his rule, the Black Land began to take shape. His kingdom became a land of desolation, where only fear and servitude existed. His once loyal subjects, who had followed him with the hope of rebuilding Numenor's glory, now lived in dread of their king's unyielding cruelty. At the height of his power, Aberadur was summoned to Mordor. Sauron, having gathered enough power through the forging of the One Ring, called upon all who bore the rings to serve him. Aberadur was commanded to come to the Dark Lord's fortress, and there he would become a servant of the Dark Lord in a way that would erase any trace of his former self. The transformation into the Nazgul. Aberadur, like the others before him, was stripped of his mortal form. As the One Ring's power took its full effect, he was no longer Aberadur, the proud king of the Black Land. He was simply a shadow, a wraith, bound to Sauron's will for eternity. His once mighty kingdom crumbled in his absence, his people either scattered or absorbed into the growing power of Mordor. Now, as one of the Nazgul, he became the most powerful and feared of the Dark Lord's servants. His armor, once regal and magnificent, was twisted into a blackened form, and his eyes, which had once burned with the fire of ambition, were now lifeless, hollow, and distant. His presence was a terrifying force, and he led Sauron's armies in the field with cold efficiency. Yet despite his immense power, a trace of Abaradur's humanity lingered, buried deep within the darkness that consumed him. Abaradur's name was lost to time, replaced by the fearsome title of the King of the Black Land, a wraith who would never again see the light of the world he once dreamed to dominate. Legacy. The legacy of Abaradur, the last of the Númenórean kings, was forever overshadowed by the darkness of his transformation. His once glorious kingdom was lost, and the memory of his rule faded into the mists of time, a tale of a king who sought to defy death, but ultimately became its servant. His name, like the others of the Nine, became a mere whisper of terror in the minds of men, a warning to those who would seek power beyond the mortal coil. As one of the Nazgûl, he lived in eternal servitude to Sauron, seeking to impose the Dark Lord's will on the free peoples of Middle-earth. His legacy was one of sorrow and destruction, a reminder of the cost of ambition and the inevitability of corruption. This concludes the tale of Abaradur, the King of the Black Land, the last of the 9 kings to fall under Sauron's sway. This marks the end of the stories of the 9 kings, their rise, their corruption, and their transformation into the Nazgûl, servants bound to Sauron for all eternity. Thank you for joining me on this enchanting journey through Tales of Middle-earth. If you enjoyed this story, comment down below. Which of the 9 caught your attention the most? Please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing for more captivating ASMR adventures. Now take a moment to relax and let the soothing sounds surround you. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and drift away into a world of peace and magic. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the wonders of Middle-earth.